Okay. Oops, one sec. Let me just fix the microphone. There we go. Should be better now. Okay. So, let's continue implementing this attribute system. I think that some great progress was made yesterday. So, just to summarize, we can do it in the scene view, I suppose. My character, right now, he consists of 4 custom components: body definition, player movement, apparel handler, and attribute handler. Body definition was initially done to keep track of different body parts and different body colliders and so on. Initially made to help with the apparel system, if I remember correctly. And it just feels natural that the body definition will hold the energy attribute, probably the tired related attribute as well. But so yeah, any component can implement the I attribute user interface. And pretty much what that interface, or pretty much the only thing the components need to implement to extend this interface or to implement this interface, are 2 methods. A way to get attributes and a way to get attribute modifiers. Because in attribute handler, which handles all the attributes for one entity, in the awake here we get all components on this game object that are attribute users, and then we get the attributes and the attribute modifiers. And I think this is a nice way to do it, because then we can have body definition that has an energy attribute, and we can have player movement which has an energy modifier that drains energy based on movement. And pretty much all is defined here in the Unity editor UI and handled by attribute handler. So that is what I'm going to continue with today. Although, let's see here. I don't know in what end I want to start this today. I was thinking about just implementing a very rough way of visualizing these attributes on screen. Chalsu, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Which will make it a little bit easier to debug instead of looking both easier to debug, and I do want to visualize them in the world later on. Although, let's see here. Do I have something to visualize things in the world yet? Okay, let's just do something real quick here. I'm not gonna work with a Unity canvas for this. I think I'm just gonna spawn 3D objects together with Text Mesh Pro objects, just to get some way to represent the attributes in world. So basically I want a component that keeps track of, or that has a plane and a child Text Mesh Pro object, maybe even a Good morning, Darabo, and Happy New Year. Long time no see. How are you doing? What should I call it? Let's just call it visual information for now. Tea sounds, yes indeed. I'm trying to quit coffee, you know. Right, I'm actually trying to quit a few of my addictions. Okay. Yeah, I think they were pretty productive the last two streams. So I started the new year by starting to implement, or I wanted to do some development on stream. So I finally decided to implement the attribute system in the game, which is growing to be this very complicated system, but it needs to be complicated. Because this is gonna be a very attribute heavy game. So that's pretty much what's new. Yeah, I'm trying to quit coffee, Calvino. And nicotine, actually. Just trying to be a little bit more healthy. Yeah, I think I'm like, what is it? I think I'm around a month free from nicotine. So that's very nice. Yeah, coffee helped me in the start, but so what I want basically is when I wake up in the morning, I don't want to feel that I need to get something before I can get started. So when I wake up in the morning, I want to be woke, ready for action, pretty much. Yeah, I'm actually, so 1 month for nicotine and like 2 weeks for coffee. I'm still pretty early. And I know I replaced coffee with tea, and tea still contains some caffeine or whatever how it is pronounced, but like way less. But yeah, I'm already starting to feel better. I suspect that nicotine is the biggest difference. I guess there exists some tea without caffeine, but so I'm usually going with a brown tea at the start of the day, because they're a little bit more heavy on caffeine, I mean. And when we're past midday, I usually go with a cup of green tea as well. Damn, 6 years there, Bo, that's extremely nice as well. And yeah, that's one thing I can say. Like, I do have the nicotine cravings at all times, pretty much. But I think I'm okay with that, because I feel way better overall. Like, I'm happier and so on. Like, although the thing I miss the most is, so the thing with nicotine is I felt that I could pretty much schedule or decide myself when I wanted to be happy during the day. So if I knew that I was going to do something hard or I needed to focus, I can just pop a nicotine snooze. So I miss that, but whatever. Quitting is easy though, yeah. Keeping off it is the hard part, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so 2 to 3 cups of coffee per day plus pre-workout and energy drink. Yeah, that sounds pretty overkill. But okay, let's see here. Visual information. I just want a basic way to print information in the world. I'm not going to use the Unity canvas for this because I don't want to add a canvas just yet. So we're going to go with let's see here. First of all, Unity create primitive. Plain. Ooh, how do I want to do this? Let's do it like this, I guess. Private game object. So for now, I don't think this is not a component I'm gonna have in game, so it can be pretty rough. Void it game object dot create primitive plane. And how is it? Is it the plane that has a sort of a weird rotation? Let's see. I think I'm good with that rotation, although I think I would prefer it with... Okay, so up is basically the forward one. Let's see here, 3D object quad. I might actually prefer this one, but then you have, okay, so back is forward for this one. And then we have Text Mesh Pro. Don't want that one. Okay, so this one actually has, let's see, okay. So the rotation and is pretty much the same as quad. So you have negative Z is forward for these objects, both of these. Can I do something with that? Or actually, let's do it the easy way. So instead of doing this, we're gonna do serialize field. Can skip background, but we can have using TM Pro. And we just create this as a prefab instead. So don't need no collider on this one. And visual information. Game Dev Rick, good morning. How's it going? It's going pretty good. Just started, slow start, you know. Let's add this one to this and okay. Oh, it's what 1 p.m. in India. Okay, so good. Good midday then, I guess. Okay. Let's see. 2, and I just want to offset it a tiny bit. Oh yeah, we're gonna work in the negative direction. 0.05 maybe, 2. Would love this, the size of this one, or ooh. And that's why I would like, yeah, I want to do this easy. So remove component. Instead, I'm going to add not a plane, but a quad to this one. There we go, because I want to base the size of this one. So the size of this one should be based on the size of the text. And the easiest way to do this without actually altering the mesh would be to just scale it in the X and Y direction. I wonder, however, yeah, let's see. Visual information. text mesh pro. Is it just yeah, there we go. And then I also want this one, private game object, background object. And let's see, what's the proper way to get the size of, get size of text mesh pro unit. TMP text bounds. Depending on when you check this property, you might have to call force mesh update. Let's see what kind of values we get by text bounds. Should about do it. Text object 0.53 0.11. Okay, we're getting something at least. That's nice. Could it be 1.29? I don't know. I think so. This one is. Oops. Let's see here. Okay, so I think this, yeah, the plane is 1 times 1. And if the extents are 1.29, I wonder if it's, let's see here, quad 1.29 times 2. Okay, let's do it times 2. Okay, beautiful. So, okay, extents. Yeah, that makes sense. And then we have 0.11 on y, so 0.11 times 2. Okay, beautiful. And then I can add some margin as well. Okay. So that would be something like background object dot transform. Hello, fellow enthusiasts. Hello, Tris time. How are you doing today? Textbounds.x, or actually 2 times this. Same with what do we have here? Actually, extents.x. I wonder if I could do dot. We actually have size. So size.x. Let's try this one, but then without the. But actually, what did I just printed center? Okay. Not too bad, just bouncing around the Twitch and seeing what peeps are creating. That sounds nice. Okay, so why can't I do this? Text object, text bounds, size. This should be okay, right? .x. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's see if this should work, depending on what size is. Okay, we have some errors. The variable background object has not been assigned. That's not good. So we're gonna have to add some checks for that one as well. Oh, beautiful. Text object. Nice. Okay. It's midnight here in California, going to fall asleep to keyboard sounds. That also sounds pretty good. The sound of productivity, keyboard sounds, right? That's a pretty good ambient sound. Okay, let's see here. I want to add margin padding. It's been too long. So, what is the standard? Is margin inside the object? So between the child object and the parent object, and padding is between the object and its parent? I don't know. Between, or do we have a standard for margin versus padding? Padding represents the amount of inner space an element has. So, okay, while the margin is white space available surrounding an element. Okay, beautiful. Good to know. So it's padding I want. Because, so the inner space between text object and background object. I'm going to represent it by a vector 2. Padding. Yeah, probably gonna do it like so, plus 2 times padding.x. So that's it for the padding. Do I want anything else here? We're gonna start easy by having a public bool set text maybe. Otherwise, do I want something else for this? Oh yeah, I want a few other things. So I would like for this one to always, or actually do I? Let's see. I want this object to always follow another object. And I probably also want this object to always be facing the camera. Yeah. Game object. Let's just call it followed object for now. The Gaming Zombie, what's up? Thank you so much, by the way. How I learned to edit them so cleanly. I don't know if I have a good answer to that. I've always enjoyed editing videos. like as far back as I can remember. I remember me and my friends when we were kids sitting around in front of one computer editing videos we filmed in the yard. So I guess it's a combination of enjoying editing videos and perfectionism that is also almost hurtful. I think that's the best answer I can give to that question. And thank you once again, by the way. Okay, so now it's the hard part about always having this facing the camera. I'm actually going to do visuals. Let's do a serialized field private bool face camera. I think that's good. So instead of having an early exit here, we're going to have, if that one is not equal to null and this one is not equal to null, then we do okay. And then we're also going to have if followed object is not equal to null, then we're going to do something, and external references followed object follow offset. Anything else here? Now we're just going to base the position of the followed object. For the rotation we're going to do, I don't think that main camera is not equal to null. I don't think this check is needed, because as long as I guess if the scene doesn't have a camera, then this one returns nulls and this one will return errors, but yeah, whatever, let's keep it like that for now. If main camera is not equal to null, and actually we can check with face camera first. Okay, so rotation, this is always the, I don't enjoy this. Let's see. So it's game object dot transform dot set. Let's see what kind of functions we have in the arsenal. Transformation, unity, or transform actually. Look at, that's a nice method, but rotates the transform so the forward vector points at target's current position. So that's gonna make this object watch the opposite way, because the forward for this object is, or actually we could do it like this. Like if we're going to implement this as a prefab, we might as well make it easy. So visual information, Z forward, so we just take these two, let's take this one and rotate it 180 degrees, and we should be able to do something similar here. Please, 180. I think, and plus. Okay, so now this object has forward is the right side. What is the goal of this mono behavior? This mono behavior is just going to other components are gonna be able to spawn this one in the world, and it will just convey information to me, for instance. You can set transforms forward directly if you want. Yeah, probably could. That's a good point. I wonder, however, although here we specify world up, which I might be wrong here, but setting the forward vector directly might cause some issues in specific cases, right? And so doing it by this method, which takes two arguments, so base is the rotation on two directions, might fix that. I'm a little bit uncertain, but yeah. So we want to look at object should point towards. So let's go main camera dot transform and world up. So if we don't, okay, let's be very explicit here. Okay, something like that. Although, let's see here. I often feel that Unity documentation ought to have multiple real-world examples of methods usage. Yes, definitely. I agree. I agree. I actually feel that most documentations I've read would do with a couple of real-world examples. Okay, what I'm thinking about now is that I probably do want to instantiate these by code and not rely on a prefab, because then I can spawn it from code. I'm just gonna run be right back real quick, like 10-15 secs at most. Be right back. Okay, back. Just wanted to start heating up another cup of tea. Okay, let's see here. So I want to create these in scripts. We're going to do it in start, I think. So for background object, but then again, can we do it like yeah, let's do it. So that would be something like background object is simple. That's just background object is equal to game object create primitive quad, and what is it? I think, and so that's it for that one. Text object. Do we have any methods for creating? Yeah, but so let's say that I want to spawn it from attribute handler. Then I would probably need a variable here with a reference to my prefab. Would be a bit nicer if I didn't need that one. Does that make any sense? Oh yeah. Yeah, I wonder if we could do. Okay, let's see here. That's a good point. Yeah, of course. It's just attribute could be any component. It's just no. So attribute handler was just, that's one of my components that I'm working on, and it was just used as an example. Basically, I want to be able to spawn these visual information from any component in an easy way, without like loading resources or having to keep a property reference to a prefab and so on. I mean, the nicest way to do it would probably be let's try and avoid having to rely on a prefab for now, and let's see if it makes any sense down the line. Although I wonder, creating a new, let's see, instantiate new text mesh pro object in code. Unity 2D. Let's see. Could probably just do game object, text game object. Something like this, and then of course okay, let's see if it gets generated correctly. We won't have any text as of yet though, so let's just add that real quick. Oh yeah, we need to set parent as well. Yes, of course. Probably want to do that as, can I do create primitive? Nah. Background object dot transform dot set parent. Good morning, Oscar Lowe, by the way. Did you hear about Unity cutting Iron Source and firing 20% of their workforce? I think I read... I try to surf the interwebs as little as possible because I've had a history of doing it too much, but I think I saw some blurb about it this morning. Or some headline about it. Yeah, I wonder, interwebs indeed. I like old school words. But I mean, as far as I've heard, I don't really know what's going on at Unity right now. It feels like I hear about layoffs all the time. And then of course you had that big drama at the end of last year. I think it was. Where they changed the revenue model and then walked back. Be right back, just gonna grab my cup of tea real quick. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Let's see. Yeah, lots of layoffs now. The investors aren't throwing away money any longer. Yeah, rough times ahead, I guess. They fired the CEO, but they seem to be cleaning house on more stuff. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't a big fan of the previous CEO. Or I've basically only heard bad things. But like, this affects me, but still at the end of the day I just want to develop games. But there's a reason I've picked up Godot on the side. Okay, let's see. So now with the proper parent set, this should be okay. Bird or die. Good luck, man. Stay on the course indeed. Okay, we're not really getting... Oh yeah, we might need to change the size as well. Where's this plane coming from, by the way? Oh, it's there from start. Okay, so we have visual information, quad, and I want to rename this one as well, I think. Visual information text. So we do spawn them correctly, but with the wrong positions. And then of course the text is extremely big as well. The direction is okay though. Padding. Ooh, font size. I have no idea what I want to set this, the default one, to here. But want to add an option for that one. And okay, so rename this one, add option for font size. And yeah, then I want to double check if the follow object and camera rotation stuff works. But probably gonna have to wait with that. Okay, so background object. Its name, right. Let's just do it like this for now. And if we're doing it like this, might as well skip the checks and so on, because we're basically always going to have them, I think. I guess it's an integer, but let's see. It's actually a float, okay. Okay. And then and let's add some static methods for creating some of these. Where do I want to keep this one? Public static visual information create, and I want to send in things like we're gonna have some varying or some various methods here, I think. Padding, face followed. Okay, but let's create the one I want first of all. So, and that's going to be okay, first of all, string text. Game object followed object. We're actually gonna call it source object, I think. So the object that spawns this is how it's usually gonna go. I want bool face camera. So that's this one and this one. Both of these are behavior type arguments or properties. And then as for the visuals, follow offset first of all should probably be, yeah, let's do it like this. Vector 3 source object offset, or actually offset from source object. Bool face camera and padding. That is probably, no, actually we need font size as well. String text float font size. Yeah. And lastly padding, I think. Okay, let's call it for now source object.name plus visual information, maybe. Oh, actually, followed object, follow offset. Okay, good. Illegal worker, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. Let's see here, set followed object. Might want to rename this one later on, but set followed object. Let's do face camera and padding. Do I have a method for setting this one? No. A lot of set methods, but yeah, whatever. Ooh, I think within a static function of the same class you can access the private member with the public functions you created. Without, okay. But it's this instance I want to change the values of. Can a compiler actually infer that? Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. Let's see. Let's do a nicer way to go about this. Without setter functions. Okay, future me should be able to decode that. Visual information dot set padding. Could probably pack all of those into a new function as well, but yeah, whatever. Set padding, padding. Did I get everything or did I miss something? So we are setting this, 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 and this. And finally, okay, let's try this now. So basically what I want to use this Pedro Misluz, sorry for the pronunciation, but thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. Hey, you used the wrong variable in set followed object. Did I? Ooh, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, let's see if this works. Yeah, let's find out. So attribute handler, for instance, something I would like to be able to do here is, let's put both of these together. Might want to have a create function of this with some default values that are actually okay. Make it nicer. Default values. Could either do it here or an additional static function. Let's see. Let's do create default values, maybe. Still want the text though. Font size, or actually with default visuals. Text. Offset from source object, face camera and padding are all variables I can set within here. So here return, actually just do, I like being explicit, I think. Font size, what the fuck do I know, 1. And here we just go with vector 3 up, so an offset of 1 in the Y direction. Face camera true. And padding yeah, that's also, so if I reorder my parameters, you can just write the defaults in create method. That's definitely true. So that would mean having text and source object first. Yeah, fuck it, let's do it like that. Thank you for the input. That's a good way to do it, I think. So text and source object are non-optional, so we can just do float font size is equal to 1.0. But actually, or do we have, this might be a problem, right? This might be a problem. So yeah, I don't think that's an option, unfortunately. If I do want these to have vector 2.1. One might actually be a little bit too, let's go with, one is probably too much, so let's go with 0.1 times that one. Okay. I didn't know you could specify vector 3s in a method signature. I'm not sure I'm following. But yeah, the problem is that like default values for vector 2s, how would one do it? I don't think you can do like this. Yeah, it must be a compile time constant, and that's why I can't do it like this. Could do it with if we just switch vector 2 padding to padding width. So float padding width and float padding height, and then we construct it later on. But yeah. Okay, so create with default visuals. That's nice. So in attribute handler, one would do something like yeah, nice. Probably want to instantiate this one in awake, so and I'm thinking about one more thing. Okay, so I'm just gonna add some additional lines and then I'm gonna show what I was thinking about. So here I want to do something like attribute visual information is equal to visual information dot create with default visuals, text empty for now, and source object is just game object. So now we have a visual information here that will follow this object, and we can print whatever text we want to it. Hopefully. One more thing. Visual information, when we create text game object, I want to do text game object transform dot local position is equal to plus okay, another hard-coded value but let's worry about that later, times forward, I think. Let's try it like that. And I want to do something similar here as well. Okay, so we spawn this one, and then I also want to fill it with information. And in the case of attribute handler, I just want to fill it with the attributes, the values of the attributes, basically. So that would be something like, okay, for now, let's do, so we have awake, and let's add. So here's what I thought about before. So attributes, as far as I know, will be updated in either the update method or in a IE numerator. Let's see here, attribute modifier by time. So here, and when we visualize the values here, we want to do it. We want to make sure that the attributes have been updated accordingly. So in late update. But when we set the text of the visual information, so the visual information, its late update might be called before attribute handler's late update. So instead, actually, I think it's okay. I'm just overthinking this. So what we do? Maybe I'm not, though. Let's see. You've gone a long time without testing anything. Yeah, some days I like to live dangerously, I guess. Okay, so here's, let's say that we have an order of execution such that visual information late update is done first, which means that this one is done. But then attribute handler in late update, we change the text, which means we now have a mismatch between background object and text object. So this one should probably not be located here. All of that is problem for future Rockadoodle. Yes, it is. Exactly, turn 3. That's a good point, and what we should do. And text object is not equal to null. We always set it here in start, so it should be okay. Background object, we also always set that one, so we don't need that check anymore. So set text. Oops. So this is the better option, I think. Any issues with this? Set padding. Might want to do. I'm always a little bit skeptical when something depends this much on order of execution, but Okay, so font size, padding, because this one depends on padding, and then text finally. We still follow the object and rotate it to face the main camera. It's soon time to test this one. So late update here. Want to do, for now we're gonna do a pretty ugly way of string building here. So we're gonna do, let's see here, attribute instance, attribute type, so attributes string, let's do visual information string is equal to, for each attribute instance, let's just call it attribute in attributes dot values, visual information string is equal to dot value plus attribute.type.unit, and then I also want to do attribute.type.displayName plus string.new don't we have something that like new line, if I remember correctly? System.newline. Thank you. So do we have system here? Yes. Environment.newline. Thank you. But I think we're gonna get a trailing new line here, but whatever. And then visual or attribute visual information dot set text visual information string. Let's try this. Could just do so before we set it. String.trim. Interesting. C#. Wow. That's a nice one. Yeah, you learn something new every day. Appreciate it. And Lippies 2002, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Returns a new string in which all leading and trailing occurrences. Nice. So, should I use it like something like .trim environment new line, or Without parameters, it removes white space. A new line is seen as a white space character, or is it? So just this. Now when I think about it, not sure, okay, let's find out. Now when I think about it, this trim might as well make this the visual informations task, so I don't have to worry about it outside. Maybe set text, new text, but does there exist? The only con would be there might exist some future scenario where I do want trailing or leading white spaces, but nah, don't think so. So let's keep it here for now. Okay, let's try this. So yeah, it's been a while. And let's remove this plane. Okay. Bunsley11, thank you so much for the follow. What do we have? Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Yeah, I know. I have a pretty detailed apparel system in place, although it's currently failing on one point, which I've been meant to fix off stream so I can actually add some nice apparel to him, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. Okay, let's see here now. Attribute handler, visual information 98, visual information 89. Set font size. Okay, so we don't have a text object. That's weird. Ooh, no, it's not weird at all. Need to do all of this in Awake. I'm pretty sure. Hello, the game looks so good. Thank you so much, Banzi11. It's quite early, but I think the cell shader and the outlines are very nice. Thank you very much. There we go. Energy, always okay. The only problem right now is that we have a collider on this box within the character, and yeah, we're getting the offset as well, but we need more. Do we have... Okay, I like this. So I guess that's the con of doing create primitive, because this one creates a primitive with a mesh collider, I think. Yeah, mesh collider. Would love to be able to create primitives without the mesh colliders, but let's see here. Can I do Unity, create primitive mesh only? A custom class for this doesn't seem... Yeah, I can destroy it. Cold bones, yo yo yo. Yeah, not the best solution, but probably a solution I can use for now. Because I actually have a very simple mesh generation library I've been making just to use to get when I'm making my videos, and I'm probably going to use that one in game, and that one will give me the primitives I want without colliders. So let's do it like this. Background object, and just do, for now, might as well do background object dot get component, what was it, mesh collider dot set enabled. Okay, then I can use optional. What do we have? I don't think I've ever actually remove component Unity. I don't think I've ever removed a component. Destroy game, yeah. Ah, there we go. So destroy without but calling destroy with a null argument, what happens then? Unity, destroy. Yeah, might not be a problem. But then, let's see here, I also want to do replace Unity quad primitive with custom let's do it like this for now. Okay, so now the mesh collider should be removed as well. And let's go with vector up here. Let's change this one to 2 as a start. Actually 2.5. Okay, 2.5 is a bit too much. Character 01 prefab visual information. Yeah, we don't have a collider anymore. Can you go to the create primitive method definition? Yeah, let's see if we can find it. I might want to disable so this one always looks at the camera, but I might disable the rotation in this. So what is it? I think it's the X. So rotation around the X angle, I want to disable that one because I only want this one to look at the camera on this type of rotation, not on this type. Just think it looks weird. Okay, let's see if we can go to create primitive definition as well. Okay, so 2 here, maybe it's enough. I guess not indeed. But isn't... screw it, this will work for now. Okay, but this is pretty good. So we basically only had one error, and that was caused by instantiating the background object and the text object in start instead of awake. Okay, so this is nice. It's still a little bit too big. I want to fix the rotation like this, and that's gonna be... Let's see. Rotate around. Oh, fuck, this is probably what I'm gonna be doing the rest of the stream. This is... Rotates to transform about axis passing through point in world coordinates. Or actually, let's see here. Unity, look at and excluding one axis. Beautiful, exactly what I want. Target position. I remember this. Okay, let's try this. So it's vector 3, target position is equal to new vector 3 followed object I think it's like this, right? Followed object dot transform dot z. Oh, actually, main camera. That's what we want to use here. Could it really be as easy as this? Let's see what kind of result we get with this. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, nice. Might want to disable shadows on it as well. Energy. Okay. So that's a nice way of just quickly showing whatever values I want to show. The components themselves can handle what they want to show. Probably want to display more information here as well. Yeah, let's just change the default text size as well. 0.5 might be enough. We have padding 0.01, 0.5. Although, let's see here. Nice. Background object dot get component. What is it? Mesh renderer dot something shadow. Shadow casting mode. Background object, or actually background mesh renderer. Okay, nice. Okay, so I'm just gonna take a, let's see, what do we have on time? I'm just gonna take a very short break, and then I will continue implementing this attribute system. Okay, so like, I think visual information, I'm okay with this one as it is for now. Now we're gonna go back to the attribute system and continue implementing it. Making that look nice would be a lot more intuitive if it were a prefab. Yeah, that's definitely true. But I think it's doable without having it as a prefab as well. But yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to find out. But yeah, be right back real quick. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Let's see. Okay, I think I would like to be able to implement attribute modifier by time. Let's see here. I think I would like to extend the attribute system in such a way that it can support the scenario where we have a consumable that which stats or which attributes gets changed based on age. Although, let's see. That would make me jump into or spill over on an item implementation. But I think I'm okay with that. And also, yeah, that might be a fun thing to do. So let's see. Let's just create something very simple. Item instance. I think, let's see here. Item instance. Yeah. So something like that. Although yeah, let's do it like this. So item instance and consumable instance, because I don't care about age for most of the items. But then again, I'm just quickly adding these components to try attribute, the attribute implementation, and extend it. So this doesn't have to be perfect as of now. Consumable. Private attribute instance, age, whatever. Well, then again, so back to the old question of how I want to represent age, by timestamp or actually, let's see. Let's see, I think for now, age, is that a good attribute name? Maybe, maybe not. Create attribute type information, let's change that one as well. Age, unit, it's gonna be in-game. Ooh, this one actually, I haven't thought about this, but okay, so some attributes. Ooh. I might want to be able to display the value in different ways. So age, for instance, I would like to be able to display it in-game days, hours, minutes, and seconds, maybe. But the base unit, seconds, maybe. Attribute instance age, and then we would have general attributes, okay, let's do it like this for now. I attribute user. Is that the correct wording of it? How something tastes? Yeah, maybe. Taste related attributes. And so now to the question, is this actually a good way to go about this? It's going to be a lot of attribute modifiers, but maybe attribute modifier by time, age modifier. Then again, okay, so we have a consumable, it has an age, it has taste related attributes, it has an age modifier that modifies the age of the consumable. And then I would probably like some attribute modifier that modifies the taste attributes based on the age value in some way. And I think the best way to go about it would be to define the attribute modifier by so making an attribute lower or higher based on another attribute. I'm gonna have to try some different things here, but taste related attributes. Okay, so something like taste related attributes. Oops. Serialized field, private attribute modifier, taste modifiers. Or actually, let's see here. So this is another thing. So now I thought about having attributes, an attribute like freshness or something like that, but that is making the system too specific. So it's better having an attribute like age, and then the different components utilizing age can handle how to properly convert it. So for a consumable instance, for instance, freshness is probably calculated like something like freshness is equal to age dot, what is it, get, or actually local normalized value, I think. Because if we take a look at attribute instance, local normalized value returns the value relative to the min-max. So a value between 0 and 1, 0 being min and max being 1. So that would actually be item instance or consumable instance. Freshness is equal to 1 minus age of local normalized value. Right. Because if the age is defined by min is the start age, 0, and then we increment it for how long it has lived, and max is when it's or when it's turns to mush in the consumable or when it comes to consumables. I think I like this because instead of making extremely specific attributes like freshness, we make an attribute age, let consumables handles the freshness conversion, and the attribute type age can be used for so many other things. I think that's nice. And actually, now when I think about it, I'm still a little bit hung up on... Okay, so let's say that I want to print age similar to how energy was printed on screen. We want to do this in game. Let's say that the character wants to check the age of a creature. Then I want to convert. Oh, okay, this is... I'm gonna have to add an additional field to the attributes, I think. It would be nice to be able to decide how the attribute should be displayed here, so to speak. So what I'm talking about is something like this. In attribute instance, we can have a function like public string, or actually public string display string, and in here it does something like type dot display value, so that each attribute type defines how one would display the value. Because then age could be displayed by days, hours, minutes, seconds. This would be very nice, but how? What's up, Reese Lil Ho? What do you mean? Yeah, this is some type of coding. All right, I'm in the process of developing a game. Let's see here. So I want something like, is it? This might be a weird Google to make, but let's see. It's pretty cool. It is. Yeah, sometimes it's frustrating for me as well. Let's see here. Custom functions in Unity editor. Properties. I don't know. So the last one I added just to make this a bit more specific to my case. Let's see if someone has been having the same idea. Could probably do something like this. So attribute instance, I don't know. I guess let's see here. The easiest way to implement this, but maybe not the prettiest, would be something like attribute type. So something like and then you have a function here like the one I mentioned, public string display return. Default is just, or actually we want float value. Default is value plus something like that. But you can have a switch case here, but might be making it a bit too specific. Or should this one handle it? It's just, I want a nicer way to display age than just a long integer representing how many seconds or in-game seconds this object has been alive. Format. Yeah, that's probably a better... something like that. Okay, for now, let's just return this. I'm not too sure, so. Konnichiwa, how are you doing today? Let's see. Okay, so format, I want something like this. So the type itself should handle how this attribute should be displayed or formatted for display. Which means that in attribute handler, in this one, here I would rather just do attribute type display name attribute value plus attribute type unit. Instead, I would just like to do plus attribute dot display string. Looks a bit nicer. I think for most attributes, this is actually how the format is done. But there will exist some attributes, for instance age, that will be handled differently. So the question is how I will work around that. Okay, but back to the consumable instance. So age modifier, taste modifier. Could also I watched your video, it was really wonderful, you are the best. I don't know about the last part, but thank you very much, appreciate it. Although now when I think about it, freshness, it all comes down to what do I want to display for the user and not. Like freshness could... Nah, age should. Anyway, age modifier, taste modifiers. I think we can do it like this. And here then we want to return... Actually, we want to return inside of this one. It's going to be something ugly like... Of course. Or can you C# instantiate array with both or from other array and single objects? Does that make any sense? A2 array. I guess not, but this is good. And then we need to do something similar for attribute instances as well. So let's see. Okay, sphere collider, let's add rigid body as well. Mass, that's another attribute actually. Okay, so the deal with attributes are there's going to exist a lot of different attributes that might have multiple units. So we could take weight, for instance, so base unit grams, but we might want to display it as kilograms. Save on space, you know. So then when we fetch the display name of the attribute, we're gonna have to convert it. Definitely gonna have to look into some formatting, attribute formatting implementation, but I think that will be quite interesting. Okay, test consumable. So let's add consumable instance as well as attribute handler. Start attribute. Might actually remove that one. I don't think I'm going to be using that one for testing that much. So what is the short command? Let's see. VS Code short command change tab. Oh yeah. So attribute handler. Dev, do you have a design document with a list, or are you creating everything on the spot? I do have a design document. It's pretty... Okay, let me find the correct word in English for this. It's quite big and all over the place, so to say. But yeah, so the foundation is my design document, which is ever growing. Like, I probably add to it or edit it multiple times a week. And that's like the foundation, the base rule set. And then when I deep dive implementing something specific like attributes here, I usually try to do a more specific write-up, which I'm in the process of doing here, but always with the design document rules in the back of my head, if that makes any sense. Okay, so let's see, attribute handler. Yeah, gonna remove this one for now. Don't need it, don't want it. So attribute handler will never have any attributes or own any attributes. Everything it's working with will come from other components, and I think that's a good thing. And then again, I'm not sure I even need to... let's see here. I'm not sure I even need to be this specific with the attributes. So once again, I would like to be able to do, let's see, consumable instance. Then again, Okay, so I had an idea that I should be able to I could be able to do just attribute instance attributes or something like this, and just put every taste attribute and every age attribute in there, because attribute handler is going to handle everything, and I thought this one didn't know to need to know about the specifics, but later on this component will have something like it might not have this exact function, but something similar, consume or something, some entity might consume this, and then that's where we need to be able to quickly fetch the taste attributes, and that's why this needs to be like this, because the plan right now as well is to implement something like attribute trigger, I think, or attribute based trigger, and that is, for instance, that's defining rules, what should happen if an attribute goes above or below a value and so on. So attribute based triggers, I'm basically going to be able to define what happens to this consumable instance if age goes over its local maximum, and I'm going to be able to do it with attribute based triggers, or that's the idea at least. So if this game would have health, another example of an attribute based trigger would be if health is below 0, spawn death or whatever. But yeah, be right back real quick. Sorry about this. Okay, back. Okay. Wait, what? Okay. Concat. Okay, let's see. Age attribute, type age, value 0, min max, I don't know. Yeah, let's set this for now. Age max, let's go with 10, so basically 10 seconds. Age modifier, target types, source type here. Anyway, none. Target types, age, and we're gonna increment the age by 1, so 1 second every 1 second, basically. Okay, so test consumable should have age, which increases. And let's see, taste attributes. Gonna have to change this one as well, because attribute modifier is an abstract class. But taste attributes, probably gonna be 5, I think. Sweet is 1. Let's check. Salt, sweet, sour, umami, bitter. And then we have spicy, which is more of an optional one. But yeah, so sweet. salt, sour. Okay. Oops. And so like bitter or unit for tastes like this, I have no idea. So leaving this empty should also be an option. Because what unit does bitter actually have? I don't know. But yeah, let's keep it empty for now. Salt, sour, sweet, and umami. So test consumable should have 5 taste related attributes. These are attribute instances, and for objects, I'm actually going to implement later on. I'm going to implement something called attribute instance generator. So for objects or different types of consumable, for instance, we won't be defining the exact values. We will be defining a rule set used to generate these values. But yeah, bitter. We can do so the idea is that okay, let's see here. 2, 1, 3, 4, 3, 5. Actually, it's going to be more like value 3, 1, 3, 3, 5. No. So this test consumable, like the bitter taste of it will be 3 when it's new, and the older it gets, the more towards the min value it will be. Or that actually depends on the attribute modifier itself, I suppose. But okay, I just want to see. So test consumable, we have this one in the world here. Let's see what we get. Hopefully we will get an information box for it at least, or so I thought. Value cannot be null. 23. Oh yeah, it's this one. Okay, so for now let's just keep it like this. a bit too big of a offset for it, but otherwise okay, I suppose. Okay. So I want to implement an additional attribute modifier. Source type, target types, source attribute, target attributes. And it's always a question of when let's see here. Okay, I think I could do this in a very nice way actually. So if we take attribute instance, I want to add something like, or I want to add an event here, I think. Unity event. Okay, let's see here. So I don't want all of my attributes to instantiate Unity events. We're only going to do it if someone is actually asking for a Unity event, I think. Let's see. Add listener. I want to remove listener as well. Let's see here. Okay, so I think I want to do something like this. Do we need... Okay, let's do private Unity event. Value change. Public. Would like to avoid starting to use underscores for private members. 21 Skyn, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. So value change. Let's actually call the private one value change event and the public one Unity event. Just value change. Because then I want to do something like, let's do it like this. Get I wonder, is this bad practice to do? So if we want to get it, or if I want to do if value change event is equal to null, then value change event is equal to new Unity event. And return value change event. Is this bad practice? So we don't have a set for this one. I don't want a set for this one actually. So this should probably be okay, right? And as I see it, this is just a way of implementing lazy instantiation for this variable. So an attribute won't actually have a Unity event instance unless someone wants to use it, but I don't know. I remove a listener, that's also something I'm gonna have to keep in mind. So what I'm actually in the process of doing right now, that's implementing a attribute modifier that modifies values based on triggers. And having this one in here will help with that. Although, yeah. But then again, when we change values here, I will probably want to do something similar with value actually. Fuck, is this extremely unoptimized basically? How ugly would it be to... So in value here, or value, public float get private set. Can I do... There's a lot of different things affecting this one now, how it should be handled. So we have serialized field, because this variable, I want it to be visible in the Unity editor. I want it to be a public get, private set. Fuck it, I should be able to do something like get, I'll worry about that later. Private set. Oh, no, not this one. Sorry. But this one. That's redundant, but what is this actually telling me? Attribute instance dot value dot get must declare a body because it is not marked abstract, extern, or partial. Let's see. It's bad programming style to change the state of the object by using the get accessor. That is what I was worried about. Why though? I'm trying to understand why this would be bad. Or more specifically, I can understand some forms of this being bad, but doing this, value change event, it's null, but if we try to get it, the first time we try and get it, we instantiate it and return it. Otherwise we just return it. I don't understand. Let's see here. C# lazy instantiation of field let's see, lazy instantiation, exactly, okay. Yes. Lazy T. What version of .NET is this? Or when did this? C# lazy in Unity. Wait, what the fuck? My lazy component. Isn't this pretty much exactly what I did? I'm doing things like this a ton, but it sure is a lot of boilerplate. Okay, let's see. C# lazy T version. Can I see when this was first introduced? Let's just try it. Let's see. You can also pass a delegate in the lazy T constructor that invokes a specific constructor overload on the wrapper type of creation time. Okay, that's nice. That's very nice. This is pretty cool, actually, I think. But love the outline videos. Thank you so much, Alexander. Appreciate it. And thank you. After the lazy object is created, no instance of orders is created until the value property of. But if I want to use this value, am I gonna have to do dot value? Yeah, probably. I think I'm okay with that. One sec though, I want to see. Okay. The value property is read only. I don't care about that. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, let's see if this is even available to me in my version. Lazy, because then it would be something like, let's see here. Lazy Unity event value change event is equal to new lazy Unity event. And I don't need no custom instantiator. Okay, so this is good. So instead of doing this, I can just do this for my private Unity event. So let's do this private as well. And then in the public value change, we can actually do this then. Okay, I think this is nice. Then we can do public, actually, let's put it here. Public Unity event value change. Value change event dot value. Okay. Way nicer. So value change event, so this Unity event doesn't get instantiated unless this one is called. And for most attributes, this one won't be called. Okay, so that's beautiful. So back to this issue then. Every time I change the value, or every time set is called, I want to let's see. Display orders. I wonder if lazy, do we have any methods for this one? Lazy, a few constructors. Although One thing that might screw things up. Inside of this one, or inside of value set, I actually want to check if this one has been instantiated and not by this one. So this might not be the best way to do this. A better way to do this might actually be using a method, I suppose. So, because I want to be able to access this one within the method without it being instantiated. So it's a little bit of a special case, so I suppose I could just let's try to do it like this instead. But I'm glad I learned about this, even though I might not be using it for this one. So value change event. Although I'm a little bit... What did I search for previously? Oh, this one. I want to see if... So this is exactly how I did it. But... This one, okay. It's bad programming style to change the state of the object by using the get accessor. Might not be too bad in my case. Gonna have to keep that in mind though. Yeah, fuck it, let's do it like I initially did it. Because that way I can still access this one inside of the class without instantiating it. So get if value change event is equal to null, and then return. Okay, but let's put a note here. Changing the state of the object. So object in this case refers to this one, I assume. And get accessor is this one. Yeah, I don't know. Let's keep it like this. Because what I want to do then, so in the set here, I want to do pretty much... Fuck, we're gonna have to have a... let's go with this naming convention. Value can I do serialize field here? Is that actually how you do it? Seems weird. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. So get just returns value, might as well. Let's see, 1 second. Okay, so let's do it like this. Let's see if this works. So value just returns this one. Private set value is equal to value. Ooh, maybe bad. A semi-bad name collision here, but it's okay. And lastly, what I want to do is, so I could do value change, like if I do value change dot invoke, I can even do this. So if it's instantiated, invoke this event. But if I use this variable or this property, this one will be instantiated. So every time we try and get this and it's not instantiated, it will be. So instead here within this class, I'm wondering if I should just do value change. So we only want to invoke this one if some outer class has tried to use this one. Now though, I'm a little bit skeptical about this. So I want to be able to set this from the Unity editor, although that's probably not going to be done for the actual build, but I want to be able to do it during development. So let's see if I am right now. No, I'm not. So energy, we don't have a value here. Okay, let's see. Actually, method parameter return. Could do it here, I suppose, but yeah, maybe. I don't think that's too bad of an idea, or maybe it is. So serialize field. Ooh, okay, nice. I want to check if everything works as it previously did, so let's go with a energy, a value of 10, and let's see if it decreases. Okay, nice, nice. Okay, so this value change, extremely good to have. So let's see if I can implement an attribute modifier that utilizes this value change. So basically that's what, if we take a look at this test consumable here, these taste attributes, or rather the to be implemented taste modifiers, will be based on this. So taste modifiers will alter these values whenever the age attribute changes. Yes. Attribute modifier by event, I suppose. Okay, let's try and implement it and see how it would look. Attribute modifier by event. Yeah, I think that's good. Although, let's see here, attribute handler. I'm a little bit because implementing attribute modifier by event the way I thought means that it won't really have a method like this. So doing attribute modified by time this way might not be the best way. And this is where something like this for a non-mono behavior would be amazing. Let's take a look at what the solutions for that was once again. Start coroutine for non-mono. I know that this felt a little bit dirty yesterday, and now it's really starting to show why. Modify. So attribute handler, what is happening here is basically we add the attribute modifier to the modifiers list, and then we want to start the modifier. So we want to tell the modifier that setup is done, you can start doing whatever you're supposed to be doing right now. And this is going to work with an attribute modifier by event, because that one will just be there waiting for an event to happen. That works according to my understanding. But if we want this modifier to do something every X seconds, the best way to do that would be through coroutines. And unfortunately, attribute modifiers are not monobehavior by design. So we can't really utilize coroutines without doing some ugly workarounds, which I'm not ready to do. You can achieve an effect similar to coroutines without using any Unity code. Okay, enlighten me. Void. Pseudo coroutine consumer. Await task delay. Time in milliseconds. Thank you once again. Let's take a look at that one. So C# await task dot delay. Creates a task that will complete after a time delay. That would be amazing, but cancelable task, nice. Task. This is pretty cool, but This is pretty cool. I'm wondering if this tool might be... It could probably work, but I'm just trying to figure out if it's the right tool for the job, you know. Unity's own task system. Wait. Unity task. Scripting API task. Yeah. Okay, let's hear. Unity awaitable. That sounds pretty nice. Wait for seconds async. That's fucking beautiful. Ooh. Wow, awaitable in Unity. But yeah, that's 2023. Too bad. Wait for seconds async also respects timescale. The fuck? Almost sounds too good to be true. In Unity 2023.1 introduced support for simplified asynchronous programming model using C# async and await keywords. Wow. Coroutines. Unity events. Wow. Yeah, it might be time to upgrade to a new version of Unity actually. I'm starting to miss out on a lot of great functionality. Okay. So awaitables is even more efficient than iterator-based coroutines. The question is, and these should be doable without unities or without monobehaviors. So a class should be able to use awaitables without being extending monobehavior is what I'm trying to say. If so, that's extremely nice. But for someone like me that's currently on 21.2, this might be the better option. But I'm a little bit in Unity. Might want to check out that blog later. But like, is the task system, .NET tasks, is it too overkill for this? Usually, yeah. Maybe I can use this. And I like these. Okay, so this is a task or an action that this task will execute. So just write console write. Okay, just console write. Same action. So let's see. Attribute modifier by time. Modify. So actually, pretty much everything I want to do here is just wait, then alter attributes. Wait, alter attributes. Wait, alter attributes. Wait. Very cool. You can use await task yield instead of. So would that let's see here. If I would, for instance, try to implement this, but using tasks instead, would that be something like? Let's see here. Let's create an action. So could I do action active true, we can wait by that, but if just an async function with return type task, so that would be async task, let's call it modify, and then of course I need to modify 2. Task delay, so one could do, actually let's see, task dot delay C#. Okay, so it returns a task, so I should be able to do, so instead of having private wait for seconds, I do something like private task wait 2. So if delta time is not equal to null, 0, and wait is equal to null, and here we do task dot delay delta time. Although okay, so delay is actually time in MS, delay time span. Int in MS. What do you mean by that? Okay, so time in milliseconds. Okay. Right. Yeah. So let's see here. This is a float. 1 is equal to a second, so that's 1,000, I say. So if I put 1.5 here, so let's do what is it, math f, floor to int, round to int, delta time, or right, but weight 2 here as well. What's up, Penosa? Or you could do timespan dot from seconds value. That's great as well. Okay, that's prettier. Pokerick, yes, this is Unity. Or from milliseconds. Okay, so timespan dot from seconds delta time, because delta time is a float in seconds. Okay, so this should be nice, or this should work, I mean. So we instantiate this one. Okay, so instead of yield return weight, we do, what was it, task dot or is it just return weight 2? Or I think I should remove a sync here, but will this one continue after this one? Can I do then while active? Actually, let's set active here as well, so we have true while active. Yeah, this is what I'm worrying about, because I want to I want this method to work exactly like this one, but this one is coroutines in Unity, and this one should be .NET tasks. So is it yield or something? Let's see, let's just okay, so something like this. Poker Rick, I'm waiting. Let's see here. What do you think about the upcoming Unity 6? Ooh. If I'm gonna be honest with you, I haven't had the time to check it out. Or I haven't checked out the little information they have released yet. Let's see here. Usually I had something like while wait is complete, await task yield. If I could get this to work like this one, it would be so much nicer. And it probably should be able to. I just need to figure out how. But let's see here. Creates a cancelable task that completes after a specified time interval. Yeah. I would like something like this. Like, creates a cancelable task that completes after a specified time interval. Beautiful. I just want it to repeat as well. That's the, if I could get this but repeatable, It would be very nice. This pros from cancelled. Exactly. So if we take this coroutine for instance, the idea is that it starts by waiting a specified amount of time, then it alters a set of values, and then it waits that amount again, then it alters those values, then it waits, and so on until it's cancelled by active equal to false. This, however, is currently relying on Unity coroutines, even though attribute modifier is not a mono behavior. So the workaround implemented yesterday was to let attribute handler stop the coroutine. And this is not so nice. So I'm just trying to clean this up. So I would like a task implementation of this coroutine basically. I suppose I could do something like this for now. Although I want to put up a note. Let's see here. Awaitable. So okay. To make this a little bit less ugly using coroutines, something like injection could be used. So instead of modify here, let's go to attribute modifier is coroutine dependent. We don't need this one. And instead we have something like attribute modifier modify, let's just public abstract void start. Although, yeah, start, but we inject it, so mono behavior starter. Override. So here we could do something like public override void start. This is also pretty ugly if you ask me. Start coroutine. And then we just rename this to something prettier. So then this is private. It's started by, so pretty much, let's see, attribute handler, we need to fix this. So we don't need to do anything like of this, we just do, after we have added the attribute modifier, so set source attribute, set target attribute, add it to the list, and then attribute modifiers, modifier dot start this. Would like to avoid this, but so best case scenario it would look like this, and this one itself would handle the coroutine slash task, but we need a mono behavior to start it, or to be, yeah, to utilize coroutines. So this will work for now. I think it's a little bit better than the previous implementation because or actually modify. Because now attribute modifier don't know anything about IE numerators or doesn't use them in any way. A little bit better. Okay. Actually, let's see. Okay, nice. Let's just see if everything works as it previously did. So I think that that syntax is pretty nice as well, because then we have, so in add attribute modifier we have start. Maybe we should have cancel here actually, but it's start and clear. Start and cancel would be nicer, but yeah. Okay. So attribute modifier by event would be something like start. Actually, let's see what more we need to implement. Source type, target type, source attribute, target attributes. We will get these from the attribute handler. Has source attribute. Attribute modifier by event. So it's pretty much implicated right now that the event in question is from the source attribute. Yeah. Here we need to make this virtual, I think, because we're gonna have to unlisten on some event later on, I think. Okay, so let's go with start. So it would pretty much be something like if source attribute base.source attribute. I like to be explicit. Yeah, let's keep it. So if base source attribute is equal to null, or can I do return? Otherwise, and modify attribute by time coroutine, private void modify attribute event callback. Oh, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. A little bit nicer, right? Modify attribute event callback. Thank you. Okay. But let's see here. So this would be something like base.source attribute value change add listener modify attribute event callback. You're most definitely right. I'm from Sweden. Oh, I fucking love Denmark, man. I live in the south of Sweden, So I'm usually over in Denmark quite a lot for concerts and things like that. The atmosphere and the culture around concerts are a little bit better in Denmark than Sweden, in my opinion. Okay. I mean, it's a little bit stricter here. Like most concerts I've been to in Denmark has, and when I say Denmark, I usually refer to just Copenhagen. That's where I spend most of the time. But like most of the concerts I've been to in Copenhagen, they usually have a lot of bars in the concert hall, so you can pretty much drink beer while you're listening to the artist. I haven't been able to do that the same way on concerts in Sweden, at least not bigger concerts. Yeah, a little bit more loose. That's a nice way to put it. Modify attribute event callback. So this is where things get complicated once again, because so attribute modifier by event and attribute modifier by time, these pretty much just defines when an attribute should be modified. And with the current implementation, they also specify how. So if you take attribute modifier by time, this one modifies it like this. And I would like to split this up. So I would like to be able to define when and how separately. So I would like to be able to define how or when an attribute should be modified by utilizing any of these, and I should be able to specify how an attribute should be modified by some other rule. Tatasa, what's up? How are you doing? So how would one go about doing that? Let's see. Yeah, I'm good as well. Starting to become a little bit tired. But I think some nice progress have been made today as well, so I'm happy. First game, nah. Hopefully fourth, but if you count all the dead prototypes, it's more closer to 100 maybe. So I would like this line here to be definable in some other way. Fuck, a lot of classes now, so that means I think you can find them on my YouTube, Tatas. I think some of them, actually I have some Game Jam games as well, that if you count that as releases. But so some of my games are discontinued now. They don't appear on app stores anymore, I don't think. It's been a while. But my first game was called Miniman, and my second game was called Defensa, and my third game was called Dokido. You could add an action param to the modify attribute by XXX, which would be an action to call run on each iteration. Yes, that's a great idea. Does it exist any nice way so that I could so basically what I want to do is, if we take character here, we take player movement, we have attribute modifier, and we have an attribute modifier here that is an attribute modifier by time. So I would like to replace probably this one. Or I would be able to have a field here where I can define the action, pretty much, from a set of actions. Is that even possible? Unity action in editor. Okay. Yeah, but something that way. It's a great idea. Let's see if we can get to the bottom of it. Either today or maybe tomorrow. Let's see. I don't have that much more time in me. But let's see here. Create a list of actions and set it in the editor. And thank you for the follow, appreciate it. You cannot assign actions from the editor. There are many ways to achieve this, though it all depends on what you want to do, yeah. Enum, yeah, could go with enum, but let's see how we solved it. Unit events. I can have a public unit event actions in my code and then assign events on a per instance basis in the editor and execute it with actions invoke. Is that actually... Don't know if I want to use Unity event for it though. Yeah. Let's see. So basically the idea is that we have something like pretty much exactly this, but a here custom function, preferably set from the editor, best case scenario. You could go the classical route of defining attribute actions but you could have, so the easiest way to do it, maybe not the nicest, but attribute modifier public enum attribute modifier action non alter, and then you do public static attribute modifier action methods class public public void let's call it apply for now, and this attribute modifier action, and then we do but then all of them are gonna have to rely on values, which is not that nice, but this is just one way to do it. So switch action case attribute modifier action alter, and then just attribute dot alter value. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, public static. Let's see. You could actually just have an I dictionary with the enum as key and action as value, like a mapping list. Yeah, but it all comes down to like best case scenario, I would like to define my actions in the editor somehow. So right now, attribute modifier can have serialized field, protected, attribute modifier action, modifier type. So here instead you do base dot modifier type dot apply yeah, we need that one. So for each one, base dot modifier type dot apply a value. Yes, exactly. But something like this. So this would be the most basic way to do it, but then I'm a little bit locked in because some of these modifiers might use base dot source attribute. So we're gonna have to extend this one and so on and so on. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about this, I think. I mean, it would be extremely nice to, like, it almost becomes like building these modifiers by yeah, whatever. building these modifiers by pieces, so to speak. So I wonder if this base and subclass system for attribute modifiers might be... I wonder if I should go the route of just having an attribute modifier. Let's see here, which consists of like having this base class and these subclasses definitely splits up the when part of when an attribute is updated, but it doesn't split up the how part. And now when I think about it, consumable instance attribute modifiers here, the way I've implemented attribute modifiers right now pretty much forces me to be specific at this stage. I would, for instance, much prefer if I could just do attribute modifier, age modifier, and then in the editor I decide if it's by time or by event. Maybe this could be. So selectable by enum pretty much. Anas 20,015, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. I'm gonna have to think about this, because that would mean that I pretty much So making this a non-abstract class, adding like implementing these functions in some way in here, and which function is the correct one is decided by some form of enum decision. I don't know. I need to think about this. No, I don't think so, Panosa. I don't know if there are any changes lately, but Unity editor and serialization doesn't work that well with abstract classes and interfaces and such. So for instance, I have an interface I attribute users, so every component that implements something with attributes implements this one. And it would be nice in some cases if you could do, yeah, exactly, that would make it very easy. So like, if I understand you correctly, it would be nice to do public I attribute user reference, but this won't show up in the editor, so I can do it here. If something hasn't changed recently, but I don't think so. But yeah, I mean, oops, that's the wrong one. It doesn't show up. But I mean, if I would go with an enum solution, something similar to this for both when and how, the setup would be pretty nice, but yeah. But I think it's time to quit the stream for today. And hopefully tomorrow, when I return, I will have an answer and a way forward to implement this. Mr. Karoy, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. And Ron LML2 as well, appreciate it. You done did it now? Yes, I'm done did it. We'll continue this tomorrow. So other than that, I'm gonna find someone to raid. But other than that, I just want to say thank you so much for watching, and hopefully I will see you tomorrow, and have a great rest of the day. Peace.